Hello everybody, my name is Eric D. Johnson, also on BrightShine right here in the city of Memphis, in the county sheriff, state of Tennessee. Today is early Monday morning, December the 14th, 2020. The time is 4:10 a.m. First thing, thank all my family, my support for your continued courage support. Continue to keep myself employed right in the Memphis tri-state area. I'll continue to further my education, Monroe College online. Continue to pursue my social research, being administrative, concentrating more in this bread time. Took a break from going to school, but in the very near future, I will be going back to Monroe College online to continue to pursue my social research, being administrative, concentration mark. Now, anti-gang. That's serious. See, a lot of ignorant people, they try to pretend like they know what they're talking about. But over there at the United States Department of Justice, this is early Monday morning. And, Central Time, I'm in Central Time, they on East Coast, Eastern Time. So instead of being 4, it's an hour ahead. It's 5 o'clock, 5 in the morning. And, federal employees, the weekends over. Let me see, the weekend pay. Saturday, Friday, get off on Friday afternoon, and Saturday and Sunday be off on Saturday. Never mind. Federal employee, they be going back to work this morning, and they be going back to work. They will be going back to work and do some work, and but like I said, this serious. Anti-gang, that's serious. And I say that for a reason. See, people take it as a joke. And they be listening to the sorority and the fraternity. They so worried about who they listening to. Like I've been saying all the time, see, they it be all these individuals in these sorority and these fraternity, like it's a cult. The alumni, the people who've been in the sorority and fraternity for over 20 years. Then you got all these young people who join the sorority and fraternity. They worship the people who've been in the sorority and fraternity for over 20 years. They be using all that occult literature and that paranormal shit. And people be going around looking for the sorority and fraternity on the East Coast. The East Coast bitch. The cowards. From the state of Maine all the way down to the state of Florida. And then the state of Ohio. Because it's on the border of these East Coast states. And you got all these damn cowards up there in the state of Ohio. And then out there in the state of California. In the city of Los Angeles, you got all this blood gang, Crip gang. And all this bloodstone and all this wearing green limestone, all this. It's the same people. It was the same people who did that blood gang, Crip gang. It was the same people on the East Coast. And then that bloodstone, then that limestone, that was the same people. Who never was accepted in Chicago. They never was accepted in Chicago. See, that's where that bloodstone villain came from, that limestone. See, you weren't gonna get away with that in Chicago. You weren't gonna get away with it. Because all the black disciples and all them black Prince stones. And then you had on the west side of Chicago, the Vice Lord. You weren't gonna get away with it. You weren't gonna get away with that. That's all you see here today. You look over there on the west side of Chicago, what do you see? You don't see no Vice Lord. And then you see the Mickey Cobras. You ain't gonna get away with it. And then all them almighty Latin kings and queens, you just don't get away with it. That's where you are. I was like, man, I don't know what the hell King Von was doing down in Atlanta, Georgia. I just don't understand. Here it is 2020, I don't know what the hell. This young man was down there and ended up getting killed, getting shot and killed. He ain't had no gun. He got shot in the back, and it's all wrong, man. It's not just that a person shot and killed King Von, but it's all this folks and my people, and it's just like all that black gangster listening to some dude, man. Damn well that ignorant ass dude didn't know what the hell he was talking about. He didn't know what the hell he was talking about. Talking about he was doing all this stuff for the outfit, and then you had Larry who was talking about the Supreme Gangster. Man, people know who your family is. See, that's really why I keep saying about people in the early 1900s committing all them damn heinous and hideous crimes and all them despicable and disgusting crimes in the early 1900s. Then you had people going around trying to get people back in Mississippi, Tennessee, and Arkansas, Alabama, Louisiana, Kentucky, Texas. And it was all it was. A lot of African Americans who never did have any education. They was taught by the white man, the slave master. All this occult literature and this paranormal shit. And then you see here it is today. But see, it's a crime. It's wrong. It's wrong. Anti-gang is serious. It's serious. That's the reason why it's serious. It's serious. Because first of all, they know what the word gang means. And mob. That ain't what it means. That's not what it means. The people in Germany speak German every day. And when you say gang, they speak German every day. So I don't know how the hell the blood gang, the Crip gang, you don't see them people over in Germany. And the people over in England, they speak German. They speak English every day. The people in Scotland and Ireland, them people are Germanic people. The people over in Italy and Romania, they speak Latin. In France, and you say mob, they say mob every day. All day, every day. They're going to tell you the same thing. That's not what it means. So I don't know how you're going to get all upset. And you have people that's Germanic and Latin in Europe. They speak the language every day. Every day. See, you ain't know what you was talking about. Ain't no such thing being no gangster and no mobster. Man, then you got all these Germanic and Latin people in Europe who speak the language every day. All day, every day. It's wrong. It's wrong. It's wrong. It ain't right, man. It's wrong. Anti-gang. That's right. Anti-gang is right. That's right. Now, these are just a few of the free logo design websites you can go to make anti-gang logos. Now, I want you to remember these words: coercion, coerce, sexual coercion, psychological coercion, psychological manipulation, psychological abuse. Excuse me. Now, behind me, I got my picture. As you know, I'm honorably discharged United States Marine Corps veteran. And I got my Uncle Lemuel Johnson's picture there. I had to adjust it because that way I can leave it sitting there. And then my dad and my mama. My dad is Chester Johnson Jr. and my mama, Annabelle Johnson. And she's still alive. My dad, he passed away 2012. And my Uncle Lemuel Johnson was murdered while I was incarcerated. I always make sure I do the things I do, because I don't forget. Ever don't forget. See, I don't forget. I make sure I got my Uncle Lemuel right here. He right here behind. And I don't forget. Ever don't forget. The reason why I got his picture sitting right there, but I'm making sure you get to make goddamn mess. Ever don't forget. Ever don't forget. And goddamn it, every damn sure don't take. You don't take nothing off no coward ass bitches. That's a guarantee. That's a promise. Like I told you, I'm a promise. I make you a promise. Goddamn it, I ain't gonna take it. I ain't gonna take it. That's a promise. Now, like I said, anti-gang, that's serious, the people in Germany and the people that speak Latin, like the Italians and the Romanians, the French, and all the Latin people in Spain, Portugal, the Latin speaking people. You say mob, They know that they speak the language every day. That's the problem, you see. And just like the Germanic people, the people in England, they are Germanic people. You know, English is a Germanic language. Even the people in India, you know, they all these what they call Indo-European people. See, then you got to deal with that. All the Indo-European people, the Slavics, and all the people that consider being over in Iran, the Indo-Iranians, the Indo-Aryans, and then you got all these gypsy people who are Aryans, and then it falls all down to the Germanic and the French and the Latin people. They all Indo-European. See, people speak the language. When you say gang and mob, they know what you said. They know exactly what you said. And when you say that was gangster and mobster, that's not what it means. You see, the United States Justice Department, anti-gang, it's right. Anti-gang is right. Because what you be doing be wrong. And that includes mob, anti-mob. Because you saying gangster and mobster, that's wrong. That ain't what it means. That's not what the word means. And see, like the federal government, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, that's a crime. That's a violent crime. You be going around trying to accuse other people of disrespecting you. That's a violent crime. It's wrong. There's no such thing. It's wrong. You be trying to use that paranormal shit, that occult shit, and that paranormal shit. See, that's the reason why anti-gang is serious. See, Western esotericism, Western mystery tradition, Hermetism, Gnosticism, Neoplatonism, Rosicrucianism, the Freemason, Eastern Star, Atheism, Enlightenment, Spiritualism, Kabbalah. It's wrong. The occult, arcane, macrocosm, microcosm, exoteric. It's wrong. It's wrong. You're wrong. That's the occult. Occult. Report your ass to the FBI. The FBI, they investigate violent crime. That's what that is, a violent crime. See, that's the reason why the Catholic Church and all their particular churches, that's the reason why all that, they be wrong. And all them Protestant Reformation movement church and 95 Thesis church is wrong. All that American Restoration movement, the Stone Camel movement, the Church of Christ is wrong. That's the reason why. What I just showed you, here it is. Occult, arcane, esoteric, spiritualism, theosophy, anthroposophy, Hermetic order of the Golden Dawn, New Age, occult science, occult quality. See, over there at the Federal Bureau, the United States Department of Justice, the Federal Bureau of Investigation. See, when you talk about things like that, and you talking about you going around looking for the sorority and the fraternity, talking about the Constitution, claiming that the Constitution will give you freedom of speech and freedom of expression and freedom of assembly. Hell, everybody got rights in the United States of America and U.S. territories. The Constitution applies to every citizen of the United States of America. That includes people who are incarcerated, people who committed a crime. You might not have the right to bear arms, to carry a firearm because you committed a crime, or to vote. You still live here in the United States of America. And I guarantee you won't no prosecuting attorney, when they say they read you your rights, they never said that you lose all your rights. They just didn't want you to use no firearm because you're a convicted felon. Some states you may have been convicted of a crime. Some states they say you can't vote, but in some states you can. Like California. I think California, you may have been convicted of a felony, but I think in the state of California, I think they one of the states that when you get out of prison, you can still vote. You can apply. You have to go through the legal process in that state. But here in the state of Tennessee, I know I'm a convicted felon And in this state, you can't own no firearm, and you can't vote. See, you can't vote. But still, the Constitution, freedom of expression, freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, freedom of to bear arms, to protect. You got the right to defend yourself. You might not carry no firearm, but you look behind. You see that buck knife. You see that bowie knife. State law. As long as it's within a certain length, you see that machete. That's the law. See the law. You see that little pistol, that firearm behind him. It may not be no 9mm, but it's a pellet gun. See, within the state law, I got the right by law to carry that pellet gun. And won't no police say nothing. They ain't gonna say nothing. They'll see it. They'll look and see what kind of gun it is. See a pellet. Well, they ain't gonna say nothing. See, but see, that's the state of Tennessee. Not seeing us, just like some states, you can be a security guard. You got out of prison. In some states, in the state of Tennessee, you can't, being a felon. But in some states, you can be a convicted felon, and you can still get a job as a security guard. You can't carry a firearm, but you can still get a job as a security guard. See, it all depends on what state you live in, But see, that's the reason why anti-gang is so serious. See, it's the law. See, it's the law. See, in America, we got laws, law and order. See, you can't go around lying. You see, that's just like in Chicago, the folks in my people. See, you can't get away with lying. You can't get away with lying. And that's the reason why I say the things I say. See, you weren't supposed to, still here it is 2020, seeing people do the things they do and say the things they say. It's 2020, the year 2020. And see, I know what you see, that occultism, that paranormal shit I just showed it to you. See, that what you be trying to do. You be trying to use your damn self. See, you weren't supposed to did that. You weren't supposed to did that. See, it was people walking around who were during the early 1900s, then later on the 30s, the 40s, the 50s. People had got people back. They had got people back for the crimes they had committed. And when they got people back, a lot of people weren't going around like they was, but there was people who were still trying to do things. They tried to hide. They tried to go out there to the state of California and try to start up again. You see, when you think you can get away with doing something like that, later on, it always come back on. It always come back. You don't get away. You don't never get away. No. No. Now, let me say this. This week there's been a lot of birthdays and things like that, holidays, things like this. Now, here in the United States of America, Department of Defense, United States Marine Corps birthday this week. If I ain't mistaken, National Guard this week. Birthday was this week. And then very important, the United Nations this week. International Human Rights Day. That's very important. And we want to applaud the United Nations for standing up for human rights. And that's right. See, that's the reason why that occultism, that paranormal shit be wrong. Because there's so many people all around the world, they know about that occultism, that paranormal shit. And see, that's what they telling you, that it's wrong. That's all, when you say United Nations, that's all the people on earth. There's nowhere on God's green earth that you can go and try to pretend like it's something wrong with the Justice Department, something wrong with a person not supporting that occultism, that paranormal shit. No, it's something wrong with you. See, what you're doing is committing a crime. You lying. You lying. And that's all you be doing. You go around lying. See, you go around trying to commit all these heinous and hideous crimes, all these disgusting and despicable crimes against innocent men, women, and children. You call yourself trying to destroy the environment, nature, and wildlife, trying to victimize the domestic animals, horses and cattle, and goats and sheep, the little puppies and the little kittens that you see on YouTube being victimized, being treated cruelly and inhumane. And call yourself trying to pollute the ground, the air, and the water, and noise pollution. And then you also do the same, in business. You call yourself trying to be in businesses, companies, and corporations. That's the reason why the music industry do the thing. They try to make it sound like you can't even record, or you can't, if you don't submit to them, to this occult little bit. I'm not submitting to a goddamn thing. Goddamn it, I ain't gonna take it. I don't care nothing about you. And that's a promise. I ain't gonna take it. I already showed it. I'm still showing you, goddamn man. I ain't gonna take it. I did a music video. That's the reason why I showed you my music video. Here it is, goddamn it, 2020. I told you I wasn't gonna take it. And Eric shows you, goddamn it, he ain't gonna take it. That's a promise. Eric ain't gonna take it. So you can just keep on telling yourself the same damn lie that you've been telling yourself. You best believe Eric ain't gonna take it. He ain't gonna take it. I'm really getting sick of your damn ass thinking that you're getting away. I really do be sick of it. Just like when I go to work. People try to come into the warehouse. You take everything for granted. You take everything for granted. Yeah, you do. You take everything for granted. You think Eric a nice guy. You think he being nice to you. Eric not being nice to you. First of all, let me say this. I'm a convicted felon. Eric ain't trying to get caught. Ain't trying to go to jail. First of all. Eric ain't finna go to jail and finna get arrested by no damn body. Eric ain't going to jail. Eric too smart for that. Even when I got arrested the first time, goddamn it, went to jail the first. Eric ain't stupid. Eric ain't dumb. See, Eric do things for a reason. See, you don't even see what Eric be doing. See, Eric be intentionally doing all kind of stuff. Because Eric don't take it. Eric don't take nothing off no cow, no bitches. Eric don't take it. You don't go behind my back and call yourself gonna try to use other people to hide behind and all that. No, Eric ain't gonna take it. Eric ain't gonna take it now. I'm telling you now. You ain't gonna never do it. You ain't gonna get away with it. You ain't gonna never get away with it. Never. That's the reason why I keep my Uncle Lemon behind me. My dad behind me. My mama, she's still alive. She's in the bed sleeping. We ain't gonna do that. No, hell no. Hell no. Not to my mom, no. See, it's like that old saying. See, years ago, it used to be a time when people used to hear people say the first person in their family went to college. You done heard that saying before. I know it's a lot of people that's heard it over at the Justice Department in the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A lot of white people, you heard somebody say, I'm the first person in my family to go to college. You heard that before. There's a lot of people that say that before, including a lot of white people. Saying, either I or somebody, the first person, my little brother or my big brother, my little sister, my big sister, first person in our family to go to college. And then when you get your college education, what you supposed to do? You come back to your family and you enlighten your family with the things that you learned in college. The same way I feel about my dad, Chester Johnson Jr., the same way I feel about my mom, Annie Bell Johnson. You ain't finna tell my mama no damn esotericism, no Western, no Freemasonry. And then talking about some damn bitches in Ohio. You got me fucked up, man. I'm just gonna come straight to the point. You ain't finna never tell me that. You ain't finna never tell Eric nothing like that. Never. There's some bitches on the East Coast trying to use the state of Ohio, and then you got all these bitches from the state of Ohio trying to go all around these different places, including in the state of California, the city of Los Angeles. You got me fucked up. My mama's still alive today, and she in the bed sleep right now. You got me fucked up. Ain't no damn body gonna talk to me that way. Nobody. Everything going. So just like I say, you talking about somebody in the entertainment, talking about some meeting, you got me fucked up. You a damn lie. Everything going. Everything gonna take. Everything gonna take. And that's a promise. Everything gonna take. That's the reason why I do the things I do. Cause everything gonna take. You ain't no damn battle. You ain't no damn battle. Talking about no damn esoterics and no Western mystery. You ain't no damn battle. Talking about something over there, talking about some damn nonsense. Man, all that damn shit you be talking about, you ain't saying nothing. You ain't saying nothing. You're a coward. You're a coward. And I know I'm an eyewitness. I'm an eyewitness every day. Every day I live. Every day I'm living. I see you're a coward. You're a coward. That's all you is. You're a coward. And you're going to get what's coming to you. I'm telling you, you're going to get what you deserve. You're going to get what's coming to you. You're going to be walking your ass around and the goddamn sky going to fall down on your ass. And you're going to be walking your ass around. See, there. You see, you hear what he said? On the YouTube video, you heard what he said. See? Everything done, man. Everything done. See, every do thing, everything done. Every not no dummy. You ain't gonna get away with it, I'm telling you now. You don't never get away with it. Never. One more time. Oh, okay. Now you know, you know, I told my little joke, and like I said, it was just a joke. It was just a joke. It was a joke. You had to put on 9mm on me. It was just a joke. Now, coronavirus. It was a joke. Now, you know, you have Cajun and half Albanian. His daddy was a Cajun and his mom Albanian. And, no, he's still back there in the kitchen at the restaurant. I think he on TikTok, you know. But, you know, he supposed to be washing dishes. I don't really pay no attention. I can't stand it. It makes me sick. United States Department of Justice. See, anti-gang, that's serious. The FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigation. You know, that's a branch of the Department of Justice. The Federal Bureau of Investigation, the FBI. Now, the FBI. What do the FBI investigate? Well, let's look into this. What the FBI investigate? Terrorism, counterintelligence, cybercrime, public corruption, civil rights, organized crime, white-collar crime, violent crime, weapons of mass destruction. Now they got some featured news. They got terrorism news, train derailment mystery, counterintelligence news, trade secret theft, organized crime news, public corruption news, cyber news, civil rights news. Was it National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month? Oh, okay. Violent crime news, Jose Rodolfo Villarreal Hernandez. Interstate stalking and conspiracy to commit murder for hire. New top 10 fugitive. White collar crime news. Money mule reined in. See, that's the FBI. You don't pull that crime, that stuff with the FBI, man. They be on your ass. Violent crime. Let's go over to violent crime. Violent crime. What's the key threat? Gangs at the very top. Crimes against children. Online predators. Indian country crime. Human trafficking, involuntary servitude, bank robbery, jury and gym theft, international violent crimes. Reports and statistics. Serial murder pathway for investigation. After shooting resource and uniform crime reporting. Let's go over the gangs. With anti-gang initiatives, National Gang Intelligence Center, Transnational Anti-Gang Task Force. I told you, it's serious. Violent Gang Task Force. I told you. The Federal Bureau investigating Transnational Gang Task Force. Violent gang, they take that serious. At the just part, they take that serious. I keep telling you, it's wrong. When you see the federal government do all that, they telling you it's wrong. And they not just telling you, they showing, going around looking for the sorority fraternity to tell you that you can, that you got freedom of expression, freedom of speech, and freedom of assembly and all that. See, that's a violent crime. That's a violent crime. You be lying. You be lying. That's all it is to it. You lying. The United Nations. The United Nations. See, when you go around trying to lie with that occult literature, that paranormal shit, see, the United Nations be telling you, you be lying. UNICEF, UNESCO. You know, UNICEF, the United Nations International Children Education Fund. The UNESCO, that's the United Nations Education, Science, and Culture. You be lying. There's no such thing as the occult and paranormal shit. You be lying. No, I'm trying to. And then, with the United Nations, they doing things about the climate now, and they trying to make sure they trying to address the climate, the issues with the climate. Yeah, I was trying to see the, like I said, this past week, the United Nations, it was Human Rights Day, so I was trying. Yeah, matter of fact, it was December the 10th, Human Rights Day. You know, and as you know, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And see, as the United Nations, see, right now they're trying to deal with this COVID-19. And so when it comes to human rights, the United Nations, human rights must be front and center of COVID-19 response. Response and recovery globally in order to achieve a better future for people everywhere. See, the United Nations for all people. And see, when you be talking about that occult literature and that paranormal shit, see, you be lying. see, let's see, when you talking about the United Nations, the United Nations was founded on the League of Nations. Found on the League of Nations. Like I said, the United Nations was founded upon the League of Nations. Now, they never said that the League of Nations was wrong. There was some things that the League of Nations had, that corrections need to be made with the League of Nations. That's all what they did. They looked at some of the, a lot of the things that the League of Nations needed to correct. And when they looked at like peacekeepers and a lot of the things that the League of Nations did was right. There were some areas that the League of Nations needed to be corrected on. So they ended the League of Nations and started the United Nations. Because see, the United Nations is still the same people all over the world, which is all the people on God's green earth, living in peace with one another. And see, the League of Nations, they were inspired by a man who lived in the 1700s named Immanuel Kant. Now this man went to school and he studied other people. He all the subjects that he studied in school. He studied other people. A lot of the people that he studied, they didn't look like he looked, and they didn't speak the language he spoke. And they most certainly didn't have the same beliefs that he had. They didn't have the same faith that he had. But he studied these people. And a lot of these people, they talked about peace. 7,000 years ago, they were talking about peace for all mankind, all human beings on God's green earth. They were talking about peace. And so Immanuel Kant, when he was in school, he studied these people, and they talked about peace. And then this man, Immanuel Kant, wrote a book titled Perpetual Peace, a Philosophical Sketch. And from that book that Immanuel Kant wrote, the people who founded the League of Nations, that's what they founded it upon. They were inspired by the book that Immanuel Kant wrote, Perpetual Peace, a Philosophical Sketch. And from the League of Nations, you have today the United Nations. See, now what people all over the earth talk about today, world peace. World peace. So, going around looking for the sorority fraternity, that's a waste of time. Because I mean, you know, I do the same thing. I look for the sorority fraternity. Background check. I do the same thing. I look for the sorority fraternity. Background check. Now, Instagram. You know, my Instagram page is fine. You know, some people are trying to share out. I haven't really just had time to sit down and do nothing. The hours that I work at the warehouse, I just don't have, you know. But let's go over to Periscope, and then from Periscope, go to my Facebook Live. And so let's do that. Just one more time. Hold. Before I go on my Facebook Live, before I go to Periscope, hold up. You know, I'm gonna continue to protest. I'm gonna continue to speak out. I'm gonna continue to be an advocate for Mr. Sam Cooke. Now, I purchased a copy of Mr. Sam Cooke's. You know, the autopsy, the coroner's inquest from Celebrity Archive for $25. And Mr. Sam Cooke was murdered, you know, shot and killed by this ignorant buffoon, Bertha Lee Franklin, a field house nigga. And the evidence in Mr. Sam Cooke's murder case is overwhelming. I want to say capital murder. The death penalty. The evidence is overwhelming. Premeditated first-degree murder. Guilty. And in Mr. Sam Cooke's murder case, you can't shoot and kill Mr. Sam Cooke, first of all. You can't victimize Mr. Sam Cooke or his immediate and extended family, first of all. And the crime that you committed against Mr. Sam Cooke, let me make this clear. You cannot commit the crime against Mr. Sam Cooke, and you can't commit the crime against SAW Records. Don't leave SAW Records out. SAW Records, you know, it's a business, you know, like a company, a corporation. You know, it's a bit. You can't commit that kind. You can't commit no crime against Mr. Sam Cooke, and you can't commit no crime against SAW Records. Now, as you know, the verdict of the coroner's jury, the state of California. Now, when you say the state of California, now you know the United States of America. All 50 states and U.S. territories are assigned to a federal district court. And so the state of California County of Los Angeles, in the matter of the inquisition funded by the Sam Goody, deceased before the coroner of the county of Los Angeles, we, the juror, summoned to appear before the coroner of Los Angeles County at room 150 Hall of Justice, Los Angeles, California, the 16th day of December, AD 1964, to inquire into the cause of the death of Sam Cooke. Having been duly sworn according to law, having made such inquisition hearing the testimony due upon our oath, each and all do say that we find that the single named Sam Cooke, a male married, native of Mississippi, aged about 33 years, that he came to a death on the 11th day of December 1964 at 9137 South Figueroa Avenue, Los Angeles, County, California, that this death was caused by a gunshot wound to the chest, perforating the heart, and both lungs with massive hemorrhage inflicted by a gun in the head, perforating 9137 South Figueroa Avenue, Los Angeles, California, after the deceased had made forced entry. From the testimony introduced to this time, we find that death to be justified homicide committed by the said birth practice and protection of life and property. All of which we do certified by this inquisition right by the side of the 16th day of December 1964. The evidence is overwhelming. Premeditated first degree murder. I want to say the death penalty, capital murder, death penalty. Evidence, civil court, criminal court. Everyone is innocent until proven guilty. So the evidence, premeditated first degree murder, guilty. And as you know, in Mr. Sam Cooke's murder case, which includes SAW records, Mr. Sam Cooke, all his immediate and extended family include SAW records. Victim rights apply. But like I said, my Instagram page, it works and everything, but for some people, they're sharing, like I make a Instagram video, I try to share it. For some people, I don't want to share it, so I'm gonna get it straightened out now. But let me do my Periscope here. I ain't gonna be long, just a few minutes, and then I'm gonna do my Facebook Live. Hello everybody, my name is Eric D. Johnson, also known by BrightShine the Brain, the city of Middleton County, Shelby State, Tennessee. And the day and date is early Monday morning, December 14, 2020 time, 5:20 a.m. First, I thank all my family, my support friends, team, current support. Anti-gang. That's serious. I'm talking about that's serious, man. That's serious. It's early Monday morning, I know, and I know the fellow employee, but man, that's serious. Anti-gang, that's serious. You talking about gang and mob. The United States Department of Justice, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, they take that serious. The federal, man, they take that serious. The people in Europe, the Indo-European speaking people, the Germanic people, they speak German every day. The Latin people, they speak Latin every day. You say mob, they know what you said. You say gang, the Germanic people, they know what you said. They speak German every day, all day, every day. And the people in France, Spain, Portugal, Romania, Italy, all the Latin speaking countries, the Latin speaking people, they speak Latin every day. Anti-gang is serious. That's serious, man. That ain't nothing to play with. Some people don't play that. These are just beautiful logo design where I can go to the anti-gang logo. Now remember these words: coerce, sexual coercion, psychological coercion, psychological manipulation, and psychological abuse. Now, like I say, it's early Monday morning. Federal employees going back to work in the morning, and anti-gang is serious. It's serious, man. You can't take that lightly. It's serious. I just showed you, that's the Department of the United States Department of Justice. Anti-gang, that's serious. Now, a Department of the United States, a branch of the United States Department of Justice, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the FBI, that's the Department of Justice. And what do the FBI investigate? Well, let me scroll down here. What do the FBI investigate? Terrorism, counterintelligence, cybercrime, public corruption, civil rights, organized crime, white-collar crime, violent crime, weapons of mass destruction. Now we got some featured news, terrorism news, the train derailment mystery, some counterintelligence news, trade secret theft, organized crime news, Operation Disruptor. We got some public corruption news, corruption ring disrupted. Cyber news. Civil rights news. It was in the National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month. Violent crime news. Jose Rodolfo Villarreal Hernandez. Interstate stalking and conspiracy to commit murder for her. New top 10 fugitive. White collar crime news. Money mule reined in. But that's the FBI. Now let's go over here to violent crime. And what's the key threats of violent crime? Gangs. Crimes against children, online prevalence, Indian country crime, human trafficking, involuntary servitude, bank robbery, jewelry and gem theft, international violent crime, reports statistics, serial murder, pathway, investigation, active shooter resource, UCR. Okay, so let's go over here. Gangs. Anti-gang initiative, the National Gang Intelligence Center. I told you it was serious. Transnational Anti-Gang Task Force. They take that stuff serious. Violent Gang Task Force. So you say you're looking for the sorority and the fraternity, so they can give you. So you're looking for somebody to give you an excuse on the East Coast bitch, from the state of Maine all the way down to the state of Florida, in the state of Ohio, on the border of the East Coast states, being out there in the state of California, in the city of Los Angeles, so-called blood gang, Crip gang, the Bloodstone, then the Limestone, and walking around your ass around wearing no sports caps. Federal Bureau of Investigation, the United States Department of Justice, they take that serious. That's serious. Transnational Gang Task Force, Violent Gang Task Force. You wrong. You wrong. See, when they spend taxpayer dollars, they don't spend taxpayer dollars because you're right. They spend taxpayer dollars because you're wrong. Because you're wrong. See, no federal employees at the United States Department of Justice, they not working for the federal government to tell the sorority and fraternity that you're right. They letting your ass know you're wrong. See, they take that shit. They take that serious. And see, there's a lot of federal employees that retired and talking about some gangs. See, they know. See, for many years, a lot of them retired federal employees, like for the FBI and for the DEA, they were the ones who was out in the field making America safe. That's really why America's safe today, because a lot of those women and a lot of those men, some working undercover and all them long hours and things like, they take that serious. Busting up organized crime. You know, you might try to glorify violence in the movies, in Hollywood and things like that. They take that stuff serious, man. They take it serious. That ain't no joke. All these federal employees working for the ATF and for the Immigration and Customs and Border Patrol, and even the Coast Guard be out there in the water trying to stop drug trafficking. You know, I mean, you know, anti-gang is serious. They take that serious in the federal government. They take that serious because they know there's a lot of women and a lot of men who be out in the field, who be out on the streets carrying a gun, trying to arrest and trying to get evidence, and they take that serious, man. Talking about a gang. First of all, they know your ass is wrong, and they don't have to take that crap off you. You don't have to take that mess off you. Nobody's scared of you cowards. Now, as you know, this week, the United Nations, now let me say this, this week, as you know, December the 10th, United States Marine Corps birthday, and then the National Guard had a birthday this week also, and then the United Nations, you know, this week, December the 10th, is Human Rights Day, and glad of that. And then, as you know, with Human Rights Day, with all this COVID-19, you know, the United Nations just doing an outstanding, you know, applaud the United Nations. Just applaud the United Nations. Thank God every day for the United Nations. Thank God for the United States Department of Justice, all the work they're doing. And now you know the United Nations was founded upon the League of Nations. Now the League of Nations wasn't wrong. There were some corrections that had to be made. And that's what you see today, the United Nations. Now the League of Nations was inspired by a man who lived in the 1700s named Immanuel Kant. Now this man went to school, went to college, was educated. And he studied a lot of subjects. And a lot of the subjects that this man studied, the people that he studied, a lot of the people that he studied didn't look like him. They didn't speak the language he spoke. They didn't have the beliefs that he had. They didn't have the faith that he had. But this man, Immanuel Kant, he studied many people. And he studied people who talked about peace over 7,000 years ago. Talked about peace for all human beings on God's green earth. And so this man, Immanuel Kant, wrote a book. And the title of the book, Perpetual Peace, a Philosophical Sketch. And from that book, people all over the world were inspired by that book that Immanuel Kant wrote and founded the League of Nations. And like I said, there were some corrections that had to be made. And what you see today, the United Nations. World peace. So sorority and fraternity. People going around looking for the sorority and fraternity of the East Coast bitch. From the state of Maine all the way down to the state of Florida. In the state of Ohio. All these people going around from the different places on the East Coast. And all these people in the state of Ohio. You wrong. And then out there in the state of California, the civilized in so-called blood gang, crip gang. Talking about some bloodstone, build limestone. Walk around sport cattle. You wrong. World peace. And what's going to happen is you'll get yourself in trouble. I said, ain't no such thing as being no gangster and no mobster. And then going around accusing other people of disrespecting you, trying to use some occultist or paranormal shit. You're wrong. Western esotericism, Western mystery tradition, Hermetism, Gnosticism, Neoplatonism, Rosicrucianism, Eastern Star, the Freemason, Age of Enlightenment, Spiritualism, Kabbalah, Occult, Arcane, Macrocosm, Microcosm, Exoteric. You wrong. You wrong. Occult, Arcane, Esoteric, Spiritualism, Theosophy, Anthroposophy, Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, New Age, occult signs, occult qualities. You're wrong. You're wrong. See, the Department of Justice, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the FBI, you're wrong. The United Nations, you're wrong. You don't never get away with that occult literature and that paranormal shit. Never. See, the United Nations is the people all over the world. You're wrong. Now, I'm going to continue to protest and speak out and continue to be an advocate for Mr. Sam Cooke, the man who was unjustly murdered, shot and killed by an ignorant buffoon named Bertha Lee Franklin, a field house nigga. And the evidence in Mr. Sam Cooke's murder case is overwhelming. You know, in civil court, criminal court, everyone's innocent, proven guilty. Like I said, the evidence is overwhelming. I want to say capital murder, the death penalty, premeditated first-degree murder, Bertha Lee Franklin, guilty. Now, I purchased a copy of Mr. Sam Cooke's autopsy, the coroner's inquest from Celebrity Archive for $25. Now, this the verdict of the coroner's jury, the state of California. Now, when you say the state of California, you know that the United States of America, including all, that means all 50 states and U.S. territory. And see, all 50 states and U.S. territory are assigned to a federal district court. And so the state of California counts in the matter of the imposition upon the body of Sam Cook, deceased, before the coroner of the county. What happened on my Periscope? For some reason I had to authenticate my Periscope, so I'm gonna have to continue. So it's gonna be a part 2. So I'm gonna go ahead and share part 1. It just automatically did that on its own. So I'm gonna go ahead and share it. Let me see though. Like I said, it's gonna be a part 2, and Hello everybody, my name is Eric D. Johnson, also known as BrightShine, right in the city of American County, Sheriff State, Tennessee. Today, in the day and day is early Monday morning, December 14, 2020, time 5:58 a.m. First, I thank all my family, my support for your continued courage support. Anti-gang. Now this is part 2. It wasn't an idea, it wasn't my fault, but I'm going to continue my video where I left off at, and for some apparent reason, Periscope ended on its own. And so, like I said, it's going to be a part 2. I already shared part 1. It ended on its own, so I shared this on this part 2. And then it'll be a few minutes, and then so going from there. But as I said, Mr. Sam Cooke was unjustly murdered by an ignorant buffoon named Bertha Lee Franklin. And the evidence in Mr. Sam Cooke's murder case is overwhelming. Now I want to say capital murder, the death, and premeditated first-degree murder. Guilty. Now, the crime that was committed against Mr. Sam Cooke, premeditated first-degree murder, you can't do that. And also saw records. You can't shoot and kill and murder Mr. Sam Cooke, and you can't commit a crime against saw records. There's nothing in the law that says you can do that. King Von, as you know, young man, had a promising music career from Chicago, Illinois, and was shot and killed a few weeks ago in Atlanta, Georgia. And like I said, it wasn't just wrong that the person who shot and killed Mr. King Von, but the folks in the My People were wrong. And look like YouTube having some problems right now. And so, but I was on. Well, like I say, YouTube right now is having some issues. But like I say, King Von, Welcome to Old Block was his debut album. And so, like I said, the folks in my people were wrong. But I'm gonna go ahead and end my Periscope. What time is it? I'm gonna go ahead and end my Periscope video. They had to do a part 2 of a summary Periscope cut off on me. But I'm gonna go ahead and end my Periscope video. Always put God first. Always put God first. Always thank God for all the blessing and guidance that God provides always. Like I said, I'm gonna go ahead and end my Periscope video. like I said, I just ended my Periscope video. And I know that when I first started my YouTube, when I first started my YouTube channel, I kind of forgot to mention King Von, but I talked about it, but I forgot to show his video. But like I said, for some paramedics, YouTube is not showing right now. So now what I'm doing, my Facebook Lives, or just give me a brief moment here. some water. Nothing like good old clean water. Alright. Now, like I said, I'm gonna do my Facebook Live. And let's go ahead and do that. I don't know what's wrong with YouTube this morning, but we'll be having some technical difficulties. Hello everybody, my name is Eric D. Johnson, also on BrightShine, right here in the city of Memphis, in the county, Sherman State, Tennessee, today. It's early, Monday morning, December the 14th, 2020, time, 6:25 a.m. First, I thank all my family, support with team term support. Anti-gang, that's serious. You don't take that lightly. First of all, you know there's a lot of retired federal employees that don't take it lightly, because all the work that they've done, all the work that a lot of retired federal employees have done for the Justice Department, the Federal Bureau of Investigation like DEA, FDA, you know, the ATF. I mean, man, they work. They did a lot of good work, and it's not right when you say anti-gang. That's serious. But see, you got to use your, when you say gang. Now, when you talk about all these Indo-European people, Indo-Iranian, Indo-Aryan, and then all these Slavic-speaking people. And then you have all these Germanic-speaking people, all these Latin-speaking people, all these Greek-speaking people. They take that. You have to take that gang serious, because when you say gang and mob, people speak German every day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. These people speak Latin 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, all year. You say mob. U.S. when the United States Department just say gang, anti-gang, that's serious. Anti-gang, that's serious. Federal employee going back to work this morning after the weekend. I mean, it was Friday, off Saturday or something else. Well, anyway. It's serious. It's serious. Now these are just a few of the free logo design which how you go to the anti-gang logo. Now, remember the word coercion, coerce, sexual coercion, psychological coercion, psychological manipulation, psychological abuse. Now, Now, what do the FBI? What do the FBI investigate? The FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigation. That's a branch of the Department of Justice. So let's scroll down. What we investigate: terrorism, counterintelligence, cybercrime, public corruption, civil rights, organized crime, white-collar crime, violent crime, weapons of mass destruction. And then you got feature news, terrorism news, train derailment, mystery, counterintelligence news, trade secret theft. And then you got organized crime news, Operation Disruptor. Okay, public corruption news, corruption ring disrupted. Cyber news, civil rights news, National Slavery and Traffic Prevention Month, violent crime news, Jose Rodolfo Villarreal Hernandez, interstate stalking and conspiracy to commit murder for hire, the new top 10 fugitive, white collar crime news, money mule rain in. So let's go over here to violent crime. The key threats: gangs, crimes against children, online predators, Indian country crime, human trafficking, voluntary servitude, bank robbery, jury jumping, international violent crime, reports and statistics, serial murder pathway for investigation, active shooter resource, uniform crime portal program. So go over here, gangs. See, like I said, anti-gang, that's serious. Anti-gang initiative, National Gang Intelligence Center, Transnational Anti-Gang Task Force, Violent Gang Task Force. See, taxpayer dollars. The taxpayers' dollars is the financial resources behind it. That's serious. See, they're not telling you to be in a gang, they saying anti-gang. So you can't be that damn confused. You see all them taxpayer dollars be going to violent gang task force, transnational gang, anti-gang initiatives, the National Gang Intelligence Center. Who paying for that? The taxpayers. The taxpayers paying for that. That's serious. That's serious. That's not right. So any person that's walking their stupid ass around looking for the sorority return, talking about you got freedom of speech, freedom of expression, freedom of you lying. See, the federal government, they spending taxpayer dollars, anti-gang initiative. They ain't telling nobody in Los Angeles, California, talking about no blood gang, no crip gang, that the Constitution telling you got freedom of expression, freedom of speech, and freedom of no, they not. They telling your ass you a criminal. You're a criminal and you're wrong. And talking about some people on the East Coast trying to use the East Coast of the United States of America, from the state of Maine all the way down to the state of Florida. That's a gang base. You lying. And all the people out there in the state of Ohio, you don't stand a chance out on these streets. You ain't gonna never get away. You ain't gonna never get away. Never. It's because you know the state of Ohio is on the border of the East Coast states. And the people from all these different places on the East Coast be going to the state of Ohio. And from the state of Ohio, they try to go to other places in America. And U.S. territory, oh hell no. You ain't gonna get away with it. See, the U.S. government, anti-gang initiatives. The key threat, gang, violent crime. See, you be lying. You be lying. Now, as you know, this past week, we had some holidays. We had some birthdays. The United States Marine Corps November 10th birthday. The National Guard also had a birthday this week. And this past week on November 10th was International Human Rights Day. Now, as you know, the United Nations was founded upon the League of Nations. And there was some corrections that had to be made. The League of Nations never was wrong. There were corrections that had to be made. And those corrections that had to be made, you see today, the United Nations. Now, the League of Nations was inspired by a book that a man in the 1700s, who lived in 1700, wrote. And the title of the book is Perpetual Peace, a philosophical sketch. And the man who wrote that book, who lived in 1700, named Immanuel Kant. Now this man, Immanuel Kant, He went to school, and he studied a lot of subjects. And a lot of the subjects he studied, people who didn't even look like him, who didn't even speak the language that he spoke, who didn't have the same beliefs he had, didn't have the same faith he had. But these people talked about peace over 7,000 years ago. And talking about peace for all people on God's green earth. And the Manuel Kant studied those people. And after studying those people, he wrote the book titled Perpetual Peace, a philosophical sketch. And from that book, people all over the world were inspired, and they started the League of Nations. And the corrections that had to be made from the League of Nations, you have today the United Nations. The United Nations. So sorority and fraternity, you're wrong. You ain't gonna never get away. You're wrong. So you're going around trying to negatively influence people, telling them they got freedom of speech and freedom of expression, freedom of, all Americans have freedom of speech, freedom of expression, and freedom of assembly. Not just a few people. Criminals on the East Coast, in the state of Ohio, in the state of California, city Los Angeles, all Americans have rights. All Americans, not just a few criminals, bunch of cowards. See, this wrong. Western esotericism, Western mistradition, Hermetism, Gnosticism, Neo-Platonism, Rosicrucianism, Freemasonry, Eastern Star, Angel Enlightenment, Spiritualism, Kabbalah, Occult, Arcane, Microcosm, or Exoteric. So sorority and fraternity. You're going around looking for the sorority fraternity. I'm doing the same thing. I'm looking for the sorority fraternity. Background check. I'm doing the same thing. I'm looking for the sorority fraternity. Occult, arcane, esoteric, spiritualism, theosophy, anthroposophy, Hermetic order, the Golden Dawn, New Age, occult science, occult quality. call yourself trying to use that occultism, that paranormal shit, and sorority return. You go around trying to negatively influence others with that occultism, that paranormal shit. But now I'm gonna continue to be a advocate for Mr. Sam Cooke. I'm gonna continue to protest and speak out for Mr. Sam Cooke, a man who was shot and killed, murdered by an ignorant buffoon named Bertha Lee Franklin, a field house nigga. And the evidence is overwhelming. Premeditated first-degree murder. Guilty. Guilty. I want to say capital murder. The death penalty. You know, everyone's innocent till proven guilty. Civil court, criminal court. Premeditated first-degree murder. Guilty. Guilty. Now I purchased a copy of Mr. Sam Cooke's, the autopsy, the coroner's report from Celebrity Archive for $25. Now this is the verdict of the coroner's jury. The state of California, now you know when you say the state of California, you know the United States of America, all 50 states and U.S. territories, they are assigned to a federal district court. And then you have the county of Los Angeles in the matter of which is appointed by the Sam Cook to see for the coroner of County of Los Angeles, be the jury summons to appear for the coroner of Los Angeles County at room 150. All of just Los Angeles, California on the 16th day of December 18, 1964 to inquire to the cause of the death of Sam Cook. Having been duly sworn according to law, having made such evidence you can hear the testimony due upon our oaths, each and all do say that we find the civil name Sam Cook, and male married native in the city of age by 32 years. Then it came to his death on the 11th day of December 1964 in 9137 South Federal Avenue, Los Angeles County, California. That this death was caused by gunshot wound to the chest, perforating the heart. And both lungs were massive hemorrhage inflicted by a gun in the hands of Bertha Frank in 9137 South Federal Avenue, Los Angeles, California. After the deceased had made forceful entry from the testimony produced at this time, we find his death to be justifiable homicide committed by the said Bertha Frank in potential life of property. All of which we do certified by these individuals right by our side the 16th day of December 1964. Like I said, the evidence is overwhelming. Premeditated first degree murder, I want to say death, capital murder, death in civil court, criminal court, everyone's innocent to proven guilty. And that does not exclude assault record, that includes assault record. You can't shoot and kill Sam Cook, and you can't commit crimes against assault records. You can't do that. There's nothing in the law that says you can commit crimes against Mr. Sam Cook, and you can't commit crimes against assault records. Now, I think YouTube is having some technical difficulties this morning, but King Von, as you know, was shot and killed a few weeks ago in Atlanta, Georgia. Now, it wasn't just wrong that the person who shot and killed King Von. It was wrong that the folks in the My People, they were wrong. That's who wrong. It was the folks in the My People. That's who wrong. Before King Von's death, he did an album titled Welcome to Old Block. Now, let's see why. Now, this is a map of all the people of the world. This is the Albanian language map. This is a Baltic language map. This is a Greek language map. And this is a Slavic language map. This is an out-of-tag language map. And this is a Euro out-of-tag language map. And this is a Romanian language map. Now the Romanian language is a Latin Romance language. In Romania, in the Romanian language is known as Wallachia. This is a map of the languages of Africa. And this is a map of the languages of Africa. And this is a map of the languages of Africa. This is the Afro-Asiatic language distribution map. And this is the Afro-Asiatic language distribution map. And this is the Nilo-Saharan language distribution map. And this is a Nilo-Saharan language distribution map. And this is a Niger-Congo language distribution map. And this is a Niger-Congo language distribution map. was titled West African Traditional Religion. It was written by Dr. Joseph Ombase with leading Dr. P. Anthony Motopena. And the title of this book, African Traditional Religion and Definition, written by Dr. E. Oloja Adowu. And the title of this book, African Religion and Philosophy, written by Dr. John S. M.B. And the title of the book, Concepts of God in Africa, written by Dr. John S. M.B. Webster's third New International Dictionary gives you complete and total definition and meaning of the word gang. The act, manner, means of going. Oxford English Dictionary give you complete tone definition meaning of the word gang, action, motive, going way past a set of things or person. The United States government enacted the Organized Crime Control Act of 1970. Title 9 of the Organized Crime Control Act of 1970 is the racketeering influence of corrupt organizations. The RICO Act is anti-gang. The Comprehensive Drug Abuse Prevention and Control Act 1970, Controlled Substance Act, the Psychotropic Substance Act, the Continuing Criminal Enterprise Act, the Kingpin Act is all anti-gang. The Juvenile Justice and Legal Prevention Act of 1974 established the Office of Juvenile Justice and Legal Prevention, being held under the related legislation. The Comprehensive Anti-Gang Investigation Office of Juvenile Justice and Legal Prevention, and the Comprehensive Gang Model Office of Juvenile Justice and Legal Prevention, the Bureau of Justice System, the Office of Justice Program, and the United States Department of Justice. The Office of Justice Program, the Bureau of Justice System, the United States Department of Justice, Comprehensive Anti-Gang and Project Safe Neighborhood. The United States Department of Justice, Office of Criminal Arena Police and Service, the Comprehensive Anti-Gang Initiative, the Office of Juvenile Justice and Legal Prevention, the United States Department of Justice, Office of Justice Program, Bureau of Justice System, International Narcotic Law Firm Affairs, United States Department of State, Institute for Intergovernmental Affairs, Gang Resident Educated Track, the GREAT Program. The United States Department of Justice, Office of Justice Program, Office of Juvenile Justice and Legal Prevention, in October 2009 National Youth Gang Center, which has been funded by the Office of Juvenile Justice and Legal Prevention since 1995, merged with the National Gang Center, which has been funded by the Bureau of Justice since 2003. The National Gang Center, confidential state laws against gangs, gang prevention or research program. This is James C. Howe. Office of Juvenile Justice and Legal Prevention, the United States Department of Justice, Bureau of Justice, Office of Juvenile Justice and Legal Prevention, National Gang Center Bullets, the title of books, issue street gangs in the United States. And you can also go to the quick reference Wikipedia and find the same information like gangs in the United States. The United States Department of Justice, Office of the United States Attorney, Maryland 1457, Criminal Street Gang State 18, United States Code 521. The United States Department of Justice, Federal Bureau of Investigation, National Gang Intelligence Center. The United States Department of Justice, Organized Crime and Gang Section, plus you have other federal, state, and local agencies. The United States Department of Justice, Office of Justice Program, National Youth Doing Justice, Anti-Gang Strategy, Prevention, Intervention, and Self-Suppression. The United States Department of Justice, Office of Justice Program, National Youth Doing Justice, United States Department of Health and Human Services, Center for Legal Prevention, National State Center for Injury Prevention and Control, changing course, preventing gang membership, and striving to reduce youth violence everywhere. The United States Department of Justice, United States Department of Education, United States Department of Health and Human Services, United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, United States Department of Labor, and the White House Office of National Control Power, National Forum of Youth Violence Prevention Forum. You can go to youth.gov and be informed by the National Forum of Youth Violence Prevention Forum, as well as the Comprehensive Anti-Gang Prevention, Comprehensive Gang Law. The United States Department of Justice, Bureau of Justice, National Crime Prevention Council, keeping kids out of gangs. United States Department of Justice, AIDS and crime. You go to news.com and be informed by anti-AIDS. oldest institute in higher learning in the United States, founded March 13, 1639, came to Massachusetts. William Mary College, Williamsburg, Virginia, founded February 8, 1693. Second oldest institute in higher learning in the United States of America. Phi Beta Kappa Society, founded December 5, 1776. The College of William Mary, recognized as the first Greek Delta Student Society in North America. Alpha Delta Phi, first sorority founded in 1851, Wesleyan College, Macon, Georgia. The first organization to adopt the universal order of Gamma Phi Beta, established on November 9, 1874, Syracuse University in Syracuse, New York. And then, of course, you know the first women's fraternity and all that. DePaul College, University, and all that. Now, the basis of sorority fraternity, it was an old world secret society from Africa, from Asia, from Europe. And, for example, each star females talking about Euclid, mathematics, and Alexander East, 1390, 1425, mentioned in the Hartwell manuscript, the Regent Horn Cook manuscript, and the Downer manuscript. Now, examples of them old world secret society from Africa, from Asia, from Europe, Skull and Bone, Old Screw, Southern Nigga, Thug Side, Proud Side, Order of Temple Ring, Knights of the Golden Eagle Movement, the Ancient Arrow Order of Nobles of the Shrine, Blue Order Ring, the Peel System Movement. These are started the Freemasons, the Elks, Lower Order Movement, Middlebury Group, the Ku Klux Klan, Knights of the Tide, Knights of Columbus, the Illuminati, Far Side, Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, the Mystic Order of Veil Prophet and the General, the United Order of the Golden God, United Ancient Order of Fluid, Master Ranks, Ancient Order of Urban Lands, the Opus Die, the Knights Temple, the Scottish Rite. The Spanish Garduma, Combinary, Black Hand, you say Mafia. This Afro-Asian, you say Coastal North Atlantic, the Triad, and Yakuza, those sound. Now, when it comes to street slang, gang plus sturdy, mob plus sturdy, Merriam-Webster Third International Dictionary and Oxford English Dictionary give you complete total definition of meaning of the word gang plus sturdy, mob plus sturdy. And then you have other street slang like boss, goon, thug, crook, hooligan, mag, player, pimp, whore, hustler, nigga, field, nigga, house nigga, and street slang. Street slang for music. Hip hop, rock and roll, swing, blues, jazz, blues, funk, doo-wop, bebop, and street slang. Street slang for money, currency, exchange, bucks, racks, stack, band, bread, dope, scratch, loot, moolah, Benjamin, dead presidents, and street slang. Nothing right, nothing official about no street slang. Now, the United States Department of Justice, hazing is a crime. And the sorority fraternity going around calling themselves sister and brother in Latin. They go around using hazing in the initiation ritual. They go around trying to use that occult literature, that paranormal shit. The sorority fraternity, they can make crime on and off the camera. They use tobacco products. They indulge in gambling, game chain. They use alcohol and drugs. They indulge in immoral activity. They indulge in sexual abuse at the private. So don't let the sorority fraternity lead. All those persons that started and initiated The sorority renounced them. Denounced the whole concept, idea, sorority fraternity. Now, the sorority fraternity, they work and they manage in businesses, companies, and corporations. They use and misuse the background check. They commit crimes against humanity, atrocities, violation of human rights, civil rights, inhumanity, genocide, and ethnic cleansing. All forms of discrimination and harassment. They pollute the air, groundwater, and noise pollution. They destroy the environment, nature, and wildlife. Don't be misled by the sorority fraternity. Now, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, Human Rights Frontline Defender, Human Rights Without Frontiers, the International Center for Human Rights. Conservation International, Wildlife Conservation Society, Conservation Fund, Legal Conservation Voters. Urban Watch Institute, the Conservancy Association, Urban Justice, the Conservation Volunteers. Wildlife Conservation Network, the Endangered Wildlife Trust, the Biodiversity Nature Conservancy Association, Rare Species Conservation Center, the Wildlife Research and Conservation Trust, the Rainforest Trust, the International Rainforest Conservation Organization, Rainforest Alliance, and the Rainforest Action Network. Biodiversity International, Urban Day Network, the Environmental Defense Fund, Friends of the Earth, Friends of Nature, Greenpeace, the Nature Conservancy, Wildlife Conservation Society, Soil and Water Conservation, Clean Water Action, World Water Council, the Marine Conservation Institute, Marine Conservation Alliance, the Oceanic Preservation Society, the Oceanic Society, the Global Ocean Commission, and the International Marine Life Alliance. This is the International Bill of Human Rights. The Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. The Declaration of the Rights of the Child. The United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. The world's oldest human rights organization, Anti-Slavery International. The International Federation for Human Rights. The world's oldest international conservation organization, BrightShine International. Fauna and Flora International was the world's first international wildlife conservation organization. The world's oldest global environmental organization, the International Union for Conservation, and also the World Wildlife Fund. Catholic Church and all that particular churches, they be lying. There's no such thing as no Catholic Church and all that particular church. There's no such thing. They lying. That's the occult. They be using that occult literature, that paranormal shit. Protestant Reformation Movement Church in 95 Thesis. That's the Catholic Church and all that particular churches. They be lying. There's no such thing as no Protestant Reformation Movement Church. No 95 Thesis. There's no such thing. That's the occult and that paranormal shit. The American Restoration Movement, the Stone Campbell Movement, the Church of Christ. There's no such thing. There's no such thing as no American Restoration Movement, Stone Campbell Movement, no Church of Christ. They lying. They lying. That's the occult. They paranormal shit. self-proclaimed Apostle Paul. He's not no apostle. That's the occult. That's what they do. They lie. That's what Saul from Tarsus, the self-proclaimed Apostle Paul, he was an occultist, a lying, murdering devil. There's no such thing. He is not no apostle. He lied. He was an occultist. He wrote all those epistles in the first in the New Testament. He was lying. The man made religious organization, they would use it. The epistle that Saul of Tarsus, self-proclaimed Apostle Paul wrote. For example, Romans chapter 16, verse 16, salute one another with the oath, the church. They put the suffix ES on the end of church. But Christ salute you. This is how you know they lying. There's no such thing, no Catholic church, not that particular church. They lying. Ain't no such thing, no Protestant Reformation movement church, no 95 Thesis church. There's no such thing, no Miracle Restoration movement, Stone Campbell movement, no church, right? They lying. They lying. They lying. Another example, 2 Thessalonians chapter 1, verse 4, so that we ourselves glory you in the church with the southern ears of God, for your patience, favor, all your persecution, trembling, and ye endure. Devil worship, Satanism. You can't take the word devil and Satan out the Holy Bible and use it and misuse. That's religious persecution. That's a violent crime. You can't persecute any person or person for their beliefs and their faith. You cannot take the word devil and Satan out the Holy Bible. There's no such thing as devil worship. There's no such thing as saying there's no prescribed way or manner to worship the devil. There's no such thing as Satanism. Now, the sorority and the fraternity, the alumni, that's a cult. That occult literature, that paranormal shit. Western esotericism, Western mystery tradition, Hermetism, Gnosticism, Neoplatonism, Rosicrucianism, Freemasonry, Eastern Star, Age of Enlightenment, Spiritualism, Kabbalah, Occult, Arcane, Macrocosm, Exoteric. occult, arcane, esoteric, spiritual, theosophy, anthroposophy, hermetic, or the going on new age, occult science, occult quantum. There is no prescribed way or manner to show reverence to some devil or Satan. There's no such thing. There's no such thing. You be lying. That's all it is to it. You be lying. study the first century. And I mean, Lord, it's important. Continue to spend time, take time to study the first century. It's important. You say you believe in our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, the Son of God. Study the first century. You say you worship our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, Son of God. Study the first century. We're going to continue to study ancient people in the Bible. The Amorites, Afro-Asiatic. With the Egyptians, Afro-Asiatic. And the Amalekites, they were the supposed descendants of Esau. And then the Kenites were a nomadic tribe in the ancient Levant. Moses' father-in-law was a Kenite. The Canaanites, they were an ancient people. The Kenizzites were ancient people. Jupiter, father of the Israelite leader Caleb, is called the Kenizzite. The Hittites, they were Indo-Europeans. The Perizzites, ancient people. The Rephaims, the Rephaites, they were also called Zamzum and Unia. They were ancient people, considered big giants. Canaan, Canaanite, Canaan, son of Ham, grandson of Noah. Canaan and ethnic catch-all term covering various indigenous populations, both settled and nomadic pastoral groups throughout southern Levant and Canaan. The Girgasites, the Jebusites, Jebus, the Hittites, the Horites, the Hurrians, the Philistines. Now, it has not been determined that the Philistines were Indo-European, but it has been determined that they were not Afro-Asiatic, and it has not been determined that the Philistines were Indo-Europeans. The Moabites were Afro-Asiatic, the Midianites were Afro-Asiatic, and the Ammonites were Afro-Asiatic. that occult literature that I just showed you previously, that paranormal shit, is wrong. It's wrong. Holy Bible. Holy Bible is right. Now, we're going to go to the Holy Bible, to the Old Testament, to the 5 books of Moses, to the book of Exodus, chapter 20, verses 1 through 17, the 10 Commandments. In the 10 Commandments, God told all of us, 5 times, I am the Lord thy God. When the 10 Commandments in the Old Testament, in the 5 books of Moses, the book of Exodus, chapter 20, verses 1 through 17, and it reads, and God spake all these words, saying, I am the Lord thy God. That are called lips and that paranormal shit is wrong. You listen to God only. You don't listen to what no man say. Which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Thou shalt have no other God before me. Let's sip of water here. Get a little dry. It says, thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image or any likeness of anything that's in heaven above, or there's in the earth beneath, or there's in the water under the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, no sir, for I, the Lord, thy God, am a jealous God. That's the second time. Visiting the iniquity of the father upon the children unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me, and show mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain. That was the third time. And showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless to take his name in vain. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. Six days shalt thou labor and do all thy work, but the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. That's the 4th time. And then thou shalt not do any work, thou nor thy son nor thy daughter, thy manservant nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea and all that in them is, and rested the 7th day. Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it. Honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long of the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not commit adultery, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor's. See, you listen to God only. See, that occult literature, that paranormal shit, you not listening to God. Put no circle around no 6-point star, no 5-point star, and all that other stupid stuff you do. We already went to the Old Testament, and we know that God told all of us in the Old Testament, in the 5 books of Moses, in the book of Exodus, chapter 20, verses 1 through 17, I am the Lord thy God. You don't listen to man, you listen to God only. Now we're going to go to the Holy Bible again. The Holy Bible. This time we're going to go to the New Testament. We're going to go to the New Testament. We're going to go to the 4 Gospels. The book of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. And we're going to go to the book of Matthew, chapter 22, verses 35 through 40. The book of Mark, chapter 12, verses 28 through 31. And the book of Luke, chapter 10, verses 25 through 28. Now what we're going to do, we're going to go to the book of Matthew, chapter 22, verses 35 through 40. And it's the greatest commandment in the law. Our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, Son of God, was asked, what is the greatest commandment in the law? Now, like I said, we're in the book of Matthew, chapter 22, verses 35 to 40. And it reads, Then one of them, which was a lawyer, asked him a question, tempting him and saying, Master, which is the great commandment in the law? Jesus said unto him, Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart and with all thy soul and with all thy mind. Now, what does that mean? Now it says, Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart. Now, to love the Lord thy God with all thy heart. Once again, I say, when you read your Old Testament, the 5 books of Moses, and as well as all the major prophets, as well as minor prophets, that's what you believe. That it was God bestowing divine inspiration in the Old Testament. And you hold on to those verses. You hold on to the Old Testament. You don't throw the Old Testament away because the New Testament was brought in. You hold on to the Old Testament. A lot of the things God told you in the Old Testament was right. We gotta tell you no more. That's the reason why. Because God already told you that a lot of things were wrong. He told you a lot of things were right. and with all thy soul. You see, when you don't believe, when you be defiant and disobedient, you have to be punished by God. When you defy God, when you disobey God, you're going to get yourself punished by God. So you love the Lord thy God with all thy soul. And with all thy mind. What does that mean? It means what it means. Take these glasses. Take the eyeglasses. Now let's just say they're an eye doctor. Let's just say an eye doctor. With the knowledge that they have. Instead of making quality eyeglasses, you made some defective eyeglasses intentionally. And the eyeglasses can make you blind. These eyeglasses, we give them a scenario. What if, to love the Lord thy God with all thy mind. See, this is dealing with your choices and the decisions that you make in your everyday life. That's what it means to love the Lord thy God with all thy mind. Because all day, all night, your mind. See, this is all the choices and decisions that you make right here in your mind. This is what God telling you. See, when you love the Lord thy God with all that heart, that's the Old Testament. That's what Jesus telling you. That's the Old Testament. As well as these New Testament verses. It's the Old Testament. Hold on. Cling to my word. These are my word. Believe in your heart. These are my word. To love Lord thy God with all that soul. See, when you hold on to God's word in the Old Testament, see, you see the reason why there's a New Testament. See, it's not hard for you to comprehend the New Testament. See, this is what it means to love the Lord thy God with all thy soul. The New Testament. That's what it would mean. To repent. To repent for the remission of your sins. And when you talk about your mind, when you repent, you don't keep doing wrong. And what Jesus, our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, Son of God, was telling you when he was walking up and down the Sea of Galilee, saying, repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. John the Baptist said the same thing, repent. And when you repent, whatever it was you repented of, you don't turn around and keep doing it. See? You don't keep doing it the wrong. So when you love the Lord thy God all thy mind, that's all the choices and decisions that you make in your everyday life. Instead of making some defective eyeglass, you'll make some eyeglasses that quality eyeglasses. Because see, that'll be wrong. If you think that'll be wrong. And saying this is the first and great commandment, and the second is like unto you. Thou shalt love the name, thy neighbor as thyself. Like I said once before. And I'm gonna repeat myself. When you say that Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. It sounds easy, but it's not. But it's not. It's a lot of people who get influenced by the nonsense, that occultism, that paranormal shit. And it's wrong. Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. And so, and on these two commandments hang all the law and the prophets. And these verses that I'm about to show you, they just as important in the book of Matthew and Mark.
good.
Now I'm gonna get ready. I'm gonna get ready to end my Facebook Live video. And first, always give thanks to God for all the blessings and guidance that God provides. Always put God first. Always. And always remember. See, you listen to God only. You listen to God only. You won't go wrong. You listen to man. You get misled. like I said, I'm gonna get ready to end today's video. Always put God first. Always give thanks to God for all the blessings and guidance God provides us all with. And always remember, I am the Lord thy God. You listen to God only. The Holy Bible is right. The Holy Bible is right. And the occult gets wrong. See, it shows you how weak they trying to go around looking for the sorority and the fraternity. See, if you just open up your Bible, turn to these verses in the Holy Bible, you ain't gotta look for no sorority and fraternity to lie to you about the Constitution. You see, the United States Department of Justice, the Constitution for all Americans, all citizens of the United States of America, not for no criminals. So, East Coast bitch from the state of Maine all the way down to the state of Florida, in the state of Ohio, and all you cowboy East Coast bitches out there in the state of California, in the city of Los Angeles, blood gang, Crip gang, bloodstone, being limestone, all that lying. There ain't no such thing as trying to use the Constitution. Ain't no such thing as trying to use the Constitution. You lying. It's weak. You're weak. You're a coward. You're a coward. You don't get away with it. You don't ever get away with it. No. You don't never get away. No. No. You don't never get away. No. Never get away. You will always be wrong. You will always be wrong. There gonna be severe consequences and repercussions. You will never get away. No. Well, yeah, I guess I go. What? I can't believe it. Well, I tell you what. I'm gonna go ahead and end today's video. You take care of yourself. With each and one, you're very busy.